All right, that's better.
She has no sound.
Now there is.
I know they say there's no sound that just came in. Sure, it's on there. It's not coming through. Okay.
This
Our
culture, when we gather, first thing that we do is we give thanks to the Creator. Letting it know that we're still thankful for those things that we use as we walk this earth. And it's it to believe that when I speak to the Creator today, I speak on behalf of everybody present here today. Once again, gentlemen, remove your hats. And it is customary that when we give our traditional opening address, the first thing that we do is we give thanks to the people. Each and every one of us, as we deserve that we should be in wellness and health and healthy. And we go on and we give thanks to our Mother the Earth, who has a certain responsibility of taking care of everything that was planted. And we call her Mother the Earth. And then we go on and give thanks to everything that was planted on this earth. And the first thing that we do is we give thanks to the waters that helps everything that was planted to grow. And as we use it every day, it keeps us healthy. Starting with the winds that move very slowly that enable us to breathe. Thunders that were He created that could bring the fresh waters. And a long time ago, when those animals that were very destructive walked this earth, He put them way in the ground, and the thunders are responsible for keeping. So when you hear the thunders go across the sky in a real loud fashion, that means they're thinking about coming back up, and they do that to people in the earth. Then we go on to give thanks to the sun. We call him Sidwachi and Dekha Gakwa. We call him our elder brother. He's responsible for giving us light and warming the earth. And everything will grow and keep us warm as we walk this earth. And then when it's shaded at night, we give thanks to our grandmother, the moon, Itino, Itiso Tsoika Gakwa, we call it. She's responsible for bringing the moisture and watching the light to the earth. Shaded. And she's also responsible for bringing young children into this world. And then we give thanks to the stars. The stars that lights at night. Over there was calendars and watches and stuff. It was use the stars for navigation. And then we go on and give thanks to the four messengers that work for the Creator. They watch over each and every one of us as we walk this earth. And apparently, it's so today because everybody made it here safely. Then we go on and give thanks to a certain gentleman that walked this earth a long time ago that gave the messages, the thoughts of the Creator to the people. We still hear the words today. Last but not least, we give thanks to the Creator Himself. On behalf of each and every one of us present here today, I would say, God and boy, translation. At this time we would put all our minds together as one. We bundle all our gratitude and thankfulness. We send it up to the Creator Himself, all of us. So when we put our minds together as one, it becomes very strong. But none the Waka people, the people of the Great Hills, their language that I've learned at the beginning now. And Dios Rancho, that's what I'm Dios. Ilo gabi dati, hindi ko chen, so kung ito gabi dito, nili ka noon yung song gawi, so ko chen of the, they were yachi, but you would have known, or pardon, we dagi, and ni kunyo, and so ko chen of the, nili was shown, he winds out that, and then you got again, good you on that, or they don't even kiss you, but we go high and from, down the wise can know, and the on. Wouldn't it cheat is that this car want to go and water? Did you know? You want to date young grand city get set go down this what you go down. And on the Kuyo and there's some good of down. They on this one way at say wines out, then they wash on, they live why until you want to dodge it. And then they go away go. Then they stop. You have the weight on your cannot go up and your heart when you said they had was Sunday. And on the way hit this card and go away. And then they did go away, go high and small. God and one go and why, and then it didn't run on you. And it's what they go down. Yeah. After they can you, and there's some good chain of down. And then they wash on the dear when they are doing so dark. Then they wash on, you was going to go down. away on way say ni stuff on ni no hot the wait on your you scan not one not your heart when you say it was on the and Sunday on your ago your car way on keys or how do you want that is again first was and it got away on our di con and the guy you stay the ordination or suddenly what you have the never you go how do you only gonna so start I couldn't even you here one way and in the ship was and the car I don't know it's somebody got take down when you sit there I when you and on that's what down was now you should it and you home again you then you jog it and up it is so so car and then you got the on the or this or that on the take on and you should it and I when you and on that's what down us near home again you then you jog it and up and get this on the see and then you go the on the or this or that on the take on and you should it and they couldn't go in, we had to get this way up the dog, the sanctuary, go deep one with the suspect, and on the DS way, God and go away, no, you go away, go off shore, you go one way, and in the garden, one going to why, and in the den one on you, down this one you go down. I couldn't even you, and there's some good chain up down, and then you go your car, and the unity could do your no. And then you could do end up, you feel you don't, you don't have to wait in your you scan what one up in you, and on the DS way, it's got one you go and why, then the DH okay, and the deal you know, what the horse, what jam up down into your head. Down it, that's what you go down. And I couldn't even you, and there's some good jam up down, and it gets connect, you walk, and it you turn and the home way. Then the guy when he asks, oh, gonna hit you, and so we go, oh, when you are there, go, okay. What's a well on show here, I will know that. And I swear, in the end, you know, God is, and you know, we are Scott, also, Ungojata, also, good God, Hawano, and I need to swear, it's God and what you go and why, and in the silver no, you sit going in, up in the dial, down it, and this one you go down. And I suddenly can you, I suddenly can you go away on there, some which end up down, take care no one, and he ski joined up, has to go down, while doing such what away, the no, and I swear, God and one you go and why, and this is but no, some which end up down, hit your head, I live in this one you go down. And I know what way, he got in that, or he would change, or I know where we did go. And I need to only do what dance, or linguity what, dancing, that phone, that one also, again, when you say, and then it did the Akino, for the son, for the son, and I need to own it, or what way, know what way, he got in that, I need this while you go down. Ladies and gentlemen, I have done my responsibility, and our responsibility today is to acknowledge and honor veterans. Once again, thank you. Have a good day.
That was profound. All of that. Thank you so much. Hold it down. Thank you, Al George. Thank you, Commander Cook, American Legion, New York Buffaloes, 1587. What a powerful way to start this program. I'm going to turn it over now to Benjamin Pomerantz for a few words. He's the Deputy Counsel for the New York State Division, New York State Department of Veteran Services. In this role, he supports legislative priorities for the agency and helps manage legal needs and concerns in regards to laws, regulations, and proposed legislation for New York's veterans, service members, and their families. Benjamin also supervises the division's appellate unit and all of the division's training efforts, serves as the agency's legislative liaison, and leads several of the division's programming initiatives. He's been very involved in planning today's event as well. His focus is on advocacy and assistance for veterans and their families of every background, every faith, every culture known to this whole country, from disability compensation to discharge upgrades, to access to health care, to expert in all things veteran. And he works tirelessly across the state in New York and beyond to advocate for veterans of all backgrounds. And I'm so pleased to introduce him today. Without further ado, Benjamin Pomerantz.
I don't use that word. What an honor it is to be among all of you for this special, and actually use the right word, profound celebration, commemoration, renewal of commitments. For all veterans who are here, for all military families who are here, thank you for your service. Those are not just words. Those are the heartfelt expressions of all of us in the New York State Department of Veteran Services and in the state of New York. The legacy of service that is being celebrated here and honored here today is just extraordinary. Yes. It is no exaggeration to say that the United States of America owes a debt of gratitude that we truly will never be able to repay to veterans of tribal nations who have served in the United States Armed Forces, going all the way back to before the USA even existed. Going back to the days of Valley Forge, the winter when George Washington and the Continental Army got in some trouble out there in Pennsylvania dealing with the frigid cold temperatures. It was the Oneida tribal nation that frankly saved George Washington's bacon and came down and provided invaluable life-saving assistance and support for General Washington and his troops, and in that way became the first allies of the United States. Yet even fully. It has been my honor over the past 11 years, crisscrossing New York State, to have the opportunity to work with veterans of so many tribal nations and to learn their heritage, to learn their legacy, And there are stories that, let me tell you, they don't teach in the history classes that I took in high school or in college that need to be told. Stories about people like Levi Oaks, the Akwesasne Mohawk tribal nation. I know we have some individuals online who are joining us from Akwesasne today. We hear, rightfully so, about the Navajo code talkers, but there are many other tribal nations who provided that same extraordinary service during World War II. And I had the honor of meeting Mr. Oaks several years ago on the Akwesasne Mohawk tribal lands. He was the last surviving Akwesasne Mohawk code talker. And in speaking with him, what struck me first was his modesty. This is a person who, again, had helped shape history, who had kept, as they say, the world safe for democracy, doing what he did in the course of his service. And when I thanked him for what he had done, he kind of cast his eyes downward and said, I just did my job. Like everyone else, I just did my job. Well, okay, but it was one heck of a job, and a job extraordinarily well done. And we go back further in history, right? Well before World War II, we look at the Civil War. We look at Parker, the Tonawanda Seneca Nation, serving side by side with General Grant. We all learned General Grant's name. We got to learn Eli Parker's name too, and the work that he did up to and including writing out the terms of surrender, right? When General Grant accepted General Lee's sword at Appomattox Courthouse. We look at the Vietnam War era. I've had the honor of meeting so many Vietnam War veterans from tribal nations. 42,000 Native Americans served in Vietnam. And that's just a rough estimate. I imagine the number is probably higher than the real count. Okay, well, what's interesting about that stat is per capita. That number was 3 times higher than the average rate of entry into military service during the Vietnam War. Veterans from tribal nations, servicemen from tribal nations joined at that higher rate during a time when plenty of people were finding ways out of military service. They found their ways in, and they served with honor and distinction. And the stories are legion. We could be here all day telling those stories about the service in Vietnam. And of course, the most recent wars and conflicts, right? We look at Gulf War I, Gulf War II. I have a colleague in the agency in which I have the pleasure of working, who tells a story, a true story about when he was in the first Battle of Fallujah. It was a Native American veteran. It was someone from the Onondaga tribal lands who saved his life that day. Okay, side by side, shoulder to shoulder on that battlefield. These are the stories that need to be told. And that is why programs like today's is so important, so meaningful, and so special. And my thanks goes out to everyone who has played an integral role in organizing it. Ashton, Cheryl, the entire team from the Smithsonian, and so many others. Now, part 2 of that, I promise I'll be brief, but part 2 of that is to make certain that that legacy of service also includes getting what is rightfully yours by virtue of that service. And therein lies the disconnect. Because as I've had that great honor of crossing through all these different tribal nations in New York State and working with veterans, working with military families, a lot of times I encounter veterans who have served this country in extraordinary ways, in valiant ways, in courageous ways. Yes, as Mr. Oaks said, just doing my job, but doing it in a very special way. And most of the time, I find that those veterans are not linked up with the benefits, the services, and the resources that are rightfully yours by virtue of your military service. As you look around this room today, there are vendors, exhibitors here, service providers here from every level. And they are here for you. Take that to heart. These are not benefits that are handouts. These are benefits earned by blood and sweat. These are benefits earned by you raising your right hand and saying that you would protect and defend, and then doing so in an honorable way. Please, you get nothing else today. You connect with someone, anyone, who can connect you with those benefits. Yes, there's a lot of paperwork involved. That's why our Department of Veteran Services exists. That's why New York City's Department of Veteran Services, we are here to be red tape cutters, okay? You've served, you've done the hard work. Don't be shy about reaching out to those who can now walk beside you on those next steps along the trail. That's what we're here for, okay? I know plenty of people will say, I can do it on my own, I can go it alone. That self-reliance is wonderful and admirable in 99.9% of venues. This is the 0.1% where I encourage you, I urge you to put that aside for a moment and to connect with someone who is a subject matter expert in this workspace to get you what is rightfully yours. You've earned it 1,000 times over. Please make certain that you are utilizing it for yourselves. Please make certain that you are utilizing it for your families. Again, thank you for the honor of being among you today. Thank you for the service that you have rendered the United States of America. Again, a very different place without everything that each one of you has done in that service. I thank you today. I thank you every day. Thank you for that service and welcome home.
Next, I would like to introduce my supervisor, Toby Weiss, who's the Assistant Vice President of Cultural Diversity at MJHS. Toby is somebody who I met several years ago, not long after I entered this space as a veteran advocate, which took me a long time to get to. I got out of the Navy in 1991. I'll share a little bit more about that later. But when I first met Toby, it was immediately clear her passion for helping and learning and teaching others about the diversity in our country and our land, not only just to help MJHS better serve those who are in need with a better understanding of different populations and religious beliefs and cultural beliefs, but also when we internally and externally. And when I saw that there was an opportunity to work with her, I jumped at the opportunity, and that was in May 2022. And over the last 2 years, I've learned so much from her. I've been working in hospice, which when I first met her, I thought, gosh, that's really difficult. I don't know how anybody could do that. But here I am. And she's helped me to approach it with compassion and understanding and confidence. And it's been a remarkable journey. And the people that I've encountered through this role and the moments that I've shared with them, their families, and just a little bit of help to give them a breath of fresh air and just a moment to pause and appreciate life and know that there's people out there to help make things a little easier for them. This is just a really wonderful and honorable place to be. So I'm very grateful for her. She has been working with MJHS for 20 years and sharing that passion and basically revolutionized the program at MJHS. So please allow me to introduce her right now to share a few words and give her a warm welcome. Toby, come on up here.
Heritage Month. We also want to say thank you to all who are here today who gave of themselves to serve the benefit of others. There are 574 federally recognized tribes in the U.S., all with their unique customs, traditions, and military service have been a consistent tradition among all. Native Americans have served in every war dating back to the Revolutionary Era, And yet, many are unaware of the steadfast commitments and sacrifices made. It is therefore of great importance that we bring awareness to Native American military service because it is a model of citizenry that we can all learn from. Today, we pay homage to the sacrifices made and pay tribute to Native Americans by enriching our understanding of their history. At MJHS Hospice and Palliative Care, since 2010, we have been members of the We Honor Veterans Program, an initiative of the National Hospice and Palliative Care Organization. Through this program, we cultivate a military-centered culture within our organization and raise awareness about military trauma, veteran benefits and entitlements. We conduct veteran recognition ceremonies. And most importantly, we provide higher touch support to families and patients who are in need. We also educate veterans in the community about advanced care planning and how to access health services when facing serious illness. We are so incredibly blessed to have Ashton Stewart as our veteran liaison and outreach coordinator. Ashton's heart, passion, knowledge, and skill has benefited so many patients and families. Thank you, Ashton, for all you do every day. We're privileged to have various Native American populations, all who have served in various branches of the military. In addition, we have the privilege of having Viviana DeCohen, Commissioner of the New York State DBS and U.S. Marines veteran, who will present Viviana will present proclamations signed by Governor Hochul to all veterans in attendance, along with lays that were brought from Hawaii from the Malama Ola Health Services. And they're in our audience today. Today's program would not be possible without grant funding from TD Bank, the MJHS Foundation, and several co-sponsors who are here today. I want to acknowledge all who worked tirelessly to bring this program to fruition in such a short time frame. Thank you to Ashton and to the other members of our team, Rosie Bernard and Miriam Rabner, both cultural sensitivity liaisons and outreach coordinators for MJHS Hospice and Palliative Care. A shout out as well to Sanford Oborowski, our hospice volunteer, who dedicates his time weekly supporting our We Are Veterans work. Ashton already gave some housekeeping items, so I just want to say another one or two and hope that I'm not redundant. So please, everyone, make sure to silence your phones. Lunch will be at 12:30, 12:35 to 1:10, and we invite this network and meet our vendors and get additional resources. There are no other dedicated breaks during the programs. If you need to use the restroom or follow the ladies out back. For those who would like to explore the museum exhibits, as Ashton said, you can do so after the program. The museum is open until 5. In your packets that you received today, we placed resources. There is a veteran resource guide that we were engaged in developing along with the not-for-profit Hospice Innovation, which is a national organization. Please look at that resource guide, use it, make copies of it, distribute it to anyone that you feel could benefit from the information in there. It's quite comprehensive. And I think with that, I am done.
so much, Toby. Next, I'd like to introduce a real powerhouse, Mr. Herbert Sweat. He is a highly decorated Army veteran serving in 1966 through 1970 in Vietnam. Since that time, he's been part of BVSJ, another powerhouse. It's Black Veterans for Social Justice, for those of you out there who don't know. And they are a dedicated organization. They've also helped support this program today, and we're very grateful for that. Hopefully, Wendy McClinton's out there. Wendy? Yay! All right. All right. CEO Wendy McClinton, thank you. Thank you for making it. And thank you for the support. But Mr. Sweat, he is an asset to your organization, as you know. He's also a member of the Shinnecock Nation. I'm honored that he is here because he's going to share with you some of his advocacy work since his service. He's helped out homeless veterans. He's involved with treatment courts, help veterans who have been down on their luck to get back on their feet. He leads the Veteran Action Group. He is tireless, and I've known him for a while, and I'm so honored that he is here today. So without further ado, Mr. Herbert Sweat, please welcome him.
There will be peace on earth. There will be glory, pride, respect, all that stuff. And the Lord celebrate giving us the honors each and every one here deserve. It's the funny thing about what is the point. Think in your mind, in your heart, that seeps down to your soul. That the most powerful bird that flies through the air, our heat is still fighting. Today is a special day, not just for the indigenous, but as I said in my first statement to each and every one of them. We are one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty. Sir, I follow in the footsteps
Is that because you pick up your
of my father, bless him, Milton Bass, Algonquin, Shinnecock tribe. My uncle, Bob, and my Uncle Bill. It's a thing about that Army and Marines and Navy that when we get to that stage after we done played Cowboys and Indians, and we're ready to go into what really made me whom I am. And who I am is a lover of all people. That's why I wear this big heart on my chest. That's what gives me the strength and the intellect to know how to give everyone that piece of life that we need. The mind is one thing, and the body is another thing. And in the Shinnecock
nation. It's not that big anymore. It used to be more than 1.5 meters of land. But like every tribe in the United States of America has lost some of their land. So in receiving land, it's like receiving knowledge, wisdom, and understanding of who you are. It's a long walk. It's a big burden. But I do see Shinnecock coming into the sunlight, which gives us strength, which we give to you every powwow part of our year. My CEO, Wendy McClinton, decided that we should give bus rides out there to culturize our children and let them see what a true birth of nations of indigenous people. So we get on the bus every Labor Day weekend, and we take the soldiers out to Shinnecock Indian Reservation, still indigenous reservation. And in that trip, they are so inclined. I almost, when you hear the drum beat of the heart of the indigenous, I almost got ready to go around this powerful circle. It was beating in my heart. It was telling me and reminding me that this is the way to go. It's a different life. Yes, we live, our sisters, 4 that's on the reservation now. I live with veterans now, in a place called Mitchell Field. There's soldiers there, and there's veterans like myself. Been many places to heal my wounds, and I need my family, which is Shinnecock, which is Black Veterans for Social Justice. And I'll give you just a few little details on that two-sided piece of the coin. Shinnecock people have lived in Southampton area of Long Island for approximately 13,000 years. Think about that for a minute. 13,000 years. Shinnecock, Algonquin, lived on this reservation that they brought and pushed them to this point of and negotiated with them to give them their righteous piece of land so that they can survive after so many trails of tears, so many just all out murder. I'm here today to flip the coin on both sides so you can understand that it's beautiful to come to Shinnecock, to see the East Coast's biggest powwow than any other. Have rejuvenated themselves in a movement that they opened up the reservation for that Labor Day week. If you haven't been there, you're missing a tree. They're people that open their arms, hearts, mind to America. Not only did they first arrive here in America that we know today, but they also had to regroup. I think everybody in here knows what happened during certain years of our history that some of us don't want to remember. Some of us remembers too much. Sometimes we hear people say, you know too much. It will hurt you. And it do hurt when you find the truth. It do make you heal when you can go and hear the beat of the drum. That's throbbing of our heart. Make no beef about it. That's why that what you know and understand about the indigenous people. We go by the beat of the drum, the sound, drum, the flute. It's music that does both sides of the fence. So at that time, I would like to give you this saying. An old man on this reservation told his grandson, my son, there is a battle between two wolves that runs inside of us. One is evil. It's anger, it's jealousy, it's greed. It's inferiority. It's lies. And it's ego. But the other one is good. It's joyful. It's peaceful. It's lovable. It's hope there. It's humility there. It's kindness. Empathy and truth. So the little boy looked at his grandfather and he said about it and asked grandfather, which wolf wins this war? Grandfather. The one you feed, that's the one that wins the war. The one you feed. Why? Oh, that's exactly what's happening as we circle this completeness of life. It's what we feed each other. Feed us the proper things you just heard that one book got, and then the other one got little things. Keep with the good talk. Keep to the what the higher power the sun, moon, and star gave us. Gave us life forevermore. Not destruction. Listen to the drum beat. I want to thank you.
So we're sweating. Shinnecock Nation is in the house. Next, I'd like to introduce Mr. Kyle Iron Lightning, member of the Spirit Lake Tribe. So made the trip out here all the way from the West Coast to be with us today. He is the outreach manager for the VHA, the Veteran Health Administration's Office of Tribal Health. He's going to share a little bit about the history of this really important growth of the VA and some of the services that are available. So please join me in welcoming Mr. Iron Lightning.
The lights today. Well, thank you for that introduction, Ashton. Iron Lightning, VHA's Office of Tribal Health, National Outreach Manager. You can hear me okay. A little bit about myself. First off, though, I want to, sorry. Okay. First off, I want to acknowledge myself as a visitor. I come from the Spirit Lake Dakota Nation. We're a tribe that shares its territory with the state of North Dakota. I say it like that because sometimes folks say, you know, your tribe's in this state or that state. Sometimes implies that we belong to the state when, at least the way I was brought up, we share that territory with our neighbors in the state of North Dakota. So Spirit Lake, that's my home. And as a visitor to this territory, it's important for me to acknowledge that and to thank the host tribes here for welcoming me to this area because, you know, way back when, if I showed up here, I'd have to be very cautious and aware of my surroundings because absolutely I would be a visitor. As you know, today's day, things have changed, right? I just flew in from Seattle yesterday. But for me personally, where I come from, my family, it's important that I always acknowledge where I come from, and especially if I'm visiting another tribe's territory. So thank you for welcoming me in. As Ashton stated, I work for the Veterans Health Administration, Office of Tribal Health. I'm a Navy veteran. I served from 2000 to 2009 on board the USS Michigan and USS MRS Land. So I'm a submariner. I got out, went to school, worked for tribes, I've worked for state governments, and now I work for the federal government. I've worked for the VA since October of 2023. I'd also like to thank, if you're watching, Peter McCare. Peter is the one who reached out to our office and asked if we could assist in this event. To be honest, I wasn't sure what I signed up for. Normally, Peter and I, if he's watching, and I hope you are, Peter, normally we just travel around and, you know, connect with tribes, tribal leaders. But I could see why maybe you're not here today, Peter. But we'll connect again down the road. But I just wanted to make note of that. Peter works for the Office of Tribal Government Relations with the VA. They, as the name implies, they're very engaged with the tribal leadership level, tribal consultation with tribes. I know that they handle that for the Secretary's Office of VA. And if I misspeak, I apologize. But yeah, I wanted to thank Peter and Ashton for the work they've done to get this event here, especially. I didn't know that there was a Smithsonian here in New York City. I've only known of the DC one. our deputy director, when I told him of this event, Travis Trueblood, he's our deputy director, he said, Kyle, you have to go to that event. So, but I'm thankful to be here. Like I said, I really wasn't sure what I signed up for. I can tell you about what our office does. I have a little table back there. I don't have any, flair or anything. But if people want to sit and talk about, the VA and IHS MOU that our office is working with, the co-payment exemption, clinic and a clinic stuff, or our over the next year, our focus on working in urban areas and trying to connect with Native veterans. I'd be happy to discuss more of that at the table in the back. But I think, at least from the speakers thus far, it's more important to maybe share some of, at least, and please understand, I'm speaking from where I come from, the way I was raised. And, there's differences in languages, there's differences in the way folks are acknowledged throughout tribes, but even within a tribe and certain families. So I wanted to share, I came from the Spirit Lake tribe, but before that we were known as the Devil's Lake Sioux tribe, which, like I said, we share our territory with the state of North Dakota. And, we were recognized as the Devil's Lake Sioux tribe at one point, but we wanted to change that because, we referred to the lake, which Devil's Lake, we called it Spirit Lake or Minnewaca, which is spirit water. That's the way we referred to it as. Well, that was translated, I guess, into Devil's Lake. So we changed our recognition name as Spirit Lake Tribe. And in that tribe, there's bands of Dakotas where I come from. So I just wanted to make that point that even within tribes, there's different bands, there's different dialects of language that's spoken. Like my family, we speak Asante, but there's also Ihanktawa language dialects spoken on our reservation. So there's diversity there even. And I think it's important to also point out that the differences, like when the drum, I believe Old School, is that the name? Sorry. Old Sound, sorry, Old Sound. My apologies. Right. When you started singing that song, some folks stood up because we had an idea of where that song was coming from and the kind of song it was, but not everyone did. And that's okay. You just don't know until somebody either tells you, or maybe you're the only one left sitting and everyone else is standing. So maybe you kind of pick up on the idea, but that's not always the case. And our history is very diverse. It's all based on your upbringing, at least where we're at. How some folks stood and some didn't, and that's okay. But you don't know what you really don't know. And I think it's important that events like this continue to happen because, they're at the very least good conversation starters, right? Like when I get back to my office in Seattle, I'm gonna schedule an appointment and talk with Peter about this event and what I was really getting myself into. But I'm really thankful to be here because it is my first time out here as an adult. I did come out with my dad. I think that was in 1997 or something. But I was young. I didn't really appreciate much of the city. But now I'm thankful to be out here to hear some of the history of the tribes out here, and to learn, right? At the very least, that's one of the very major benefits of my job as an outreach manager. I get to travel all over the country, and I think it's important to, I was speaking with someone earlier, right? We tell our history the best, right? You can read books about Sioux tribes, Dakota tribes, Lakota tribes, but you can go to those tribes and I'm sure you're going to hear some differences in what the history books might say. At least that's, what I've been able to understand in my travels. So that's one of the benefits of my job, is being able to travel and meet the veterans where they're at, hear some of their concerns, and bring that back to the VA. And that's one thing I've learned, is things don't change overnight with big government, but it's a process. And at the very least, there's someone there when our office is present that is genuinely going to listen to you. And I'm not saying that the other, current regions or folks out there doing the work don't do that. But I know that that's one of our goals, is to engage the veteran where they're at. So I just wanted to point some of that stuff out and acknowledge that, as a Navy veteran, a Native veteran, I know that we hold our veterans in high regard, and it's already been shared. We've been serving this country for generations, right? I don't know how many grades it is, but I had a grandfather that served, he battled with the Wolf-Pekute band of the Dakotas at the Battle of Little Bighorn or Greasy Grass. That's how far back the service, not just the country, but to community, that we go back, at least in my bloodline. So I just wanted to point those little things out. Like I said, I have a little blue table opposite tribal house in the back. No flare if you're looking for pens. I'm sorry. Bags, hand sanitizer. I don't have any of that, but we're working on it. Our office has only been around for 2 years, and I've learned it takes baby steps to get there, but we will. I'm happy to speak any of the, like I said, VA, IHS, MOU, co-payment exemption, clinic in a clinic, our engagement with urban natives over the upcoming year. And if you want to hear more about my story, that's fine too. I'll share what I can, but thanks again. I'm traveling back to Seattle tomorrow. That is a long flight, but it's worth it. I'm very thankful to be here and looking forward to the program ahead and what else I can learn today. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kyle. And yes, Peter, if you are watching, we thank you for initiating this program today. You were the first person to call Cheryl, called me, and here we are. So thank you for initiating this. Next up, we have Rachel Pablo, who is the Museum Specialist of National Native American the Veterans Memorial in DC, which we keep hearing about. She's also a member of the Navajo Nation and a U.S. Army veteran. And so please, without further ado, let's welcome Rachel. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Rachel B. Pablo Yenisha, Pachitni Nestle, Toed Lady, a Bashis Ching, Senchikina, a Dashiche, Osti, a Dashanella, Akotego, Dene at San Nestle. This is how I introduce myself as a Dene or Navajo woman. I am Rachel B. Pablo, the Museum Specialist of the National Native American Veterans Memorial here at Washington, D.C. I recently joined the NMAI family and am an Army veteran of 4 years active duty, serving from the 3rd Infantry Division in the 103rd MI Battalion at Fort Stewart, Georgia, to the 532nd MI Battalion at Zeckler Station of Camp Humphreys in South Korea. It is truly an honor to be in this position and service to our Native American, Alaskan Native, and Native Hawaiian veterans. It's a blessing to be a part of the Allies and Warriors event today, honoring our Native American veterans and all veterans, including their families. I'm glad I brought my notes because I knew this, well. And you all are receiving a Veterans Day proclamation signed by your governor, the New York Governor, Kathy Hochul. This is an acknowledgement each and every veteran deserves. I give thanks to each and every one of you who have sacrificed and served our country, including the sacrifice of the families. The guests and speakers are an example of service and leadership, like our keynote speakers, Navy veteran, Dr. Leslie Branch, an Army veteran retiree, Ms. Cheryl Dupree, who is a citizen of the Cheyenne River Sioux tribe, and Mama B. I recently joined NMAI, and within the first week, I attended the Memorial Day event. Soon after the Folklife Festival, gone to Santa Fe, the Southwest Oklahoma City, and then I received an email in July about this event from Peter Vicaire. I believe it is a Marine Corps veteran as well, and the First Nations. Okay, I'd like to share a little bit about the National Native American Veterans Memorial. In 1994, the Native American Veterans Memorial Establishment Act was passed. So that's 30 years, 30 years. And at that same time frame, the George Gustav Hayes Center here, this NMAI New York, also opened. So in 2004 is when the NMAI in DC opened. In 2013, there was an amendment to the act allowing the memorial to be built at the NMAI DC location, their museum grounds. And it's very close to the US Capitol. How many of you have come to the Veterans Memorial in Washington, DC? Wow. And thanks for visiting. And there is, if you haven't been, we welcome you. We invite you to come and visit this amazing space. And from 2015 to 2017, consultations were conducted, which covered 16 states. There was 35 consultations and at least 1,200 people were spoken to. As a result, several themes emerged: inclusiveness, life, sacrifice, and spirituality. And these themes were about what they wanted to see in this memorial. In the inclusiveness, which are reflected in the number of entries from 4, 6, or 7 entries, because as mentioned, there's 574 federally recognized tribes. I'd also like to acknowledge the tribes who aren't federally recognized. There's so many tribes who aren't federally recognized. And the life, they wanted this memorial not just be a memorial, but also the living. The liveliness of the memorial's placement within a living environment is apparent. When you arrive, you're going to hear the water, you're going to feel the wind, you're going to hear drum songs, And you're going to, you know, if you come like on Memorial Day or Veterans Day, you're going to see the fire lit in the stainless steel hoop, the vertical one, and it's amazing. During the consultations, a UPIC veteran, Nelson N. Angapok Sr. emphasized, quote, "The memorial must reflect life. We were taught to love life even to the point of risking our lives to save the life of another person," end quote. And the sacrifice, not only the veterans themselves from the families of these veterans, some tribes also have the War Mother societies, such as the Oto, Missouri. And this is just one example. And this is similar to the Blue Star Mothers Club and the American Gold Star Mothers. But remember, these war mothers existed before colonization. So they've been here to support the warriors since time immemorial. The prayer flags are also acknowledgement for the sacrifices. The spirituality, which is in the circle of the memorial. The circle is timeless and honors the veterans of the past, the present, and the future. Layers of symbolic intention are seen and heard, where some visitors often express their own prayers, especially through those prayer flags. In 2017, an open international competition for proposals was announced, approximately 150 submissions, and the top 5 were selected. So mind you, when they say open and international, there was many submissions from non-Indigenous artists as well. And this was a juried event, and these judges selected the design not knowing anything about the artist. They selected Harvey Pratt, and Harvey Pratt is of the Cheyenne and Arapaho nations out of Reno, Oklahoma. He is an artist. He's a United States Marine Corps Vietnam veteran. And he is decorated and honored as a traditional peace chief. This is one of the highest honors of the Cheyenne Nation. His submission of the memorial titled "The Warrior Circle of Honor" was selected. And so I jumped, and then on 2020, this memorial was completed. So that took 13 months to complete, and that's a phenomenal time frame. I'm also a former tradeswoman, a sheet metal tradeswoman. So to have this completely done within 13 months is unbelievable. And due to the pandemic, they had to hold off on the opening. It can't bring in tons of people, especially into, Veterans Day of 2020. So in 2022, the dedication ceremony happened. And that was November 11th, 2022. And there was a large celebration honoring our Native American, Alaskan Native, and Native Hawaiian veterans. So I'm going to touch lightly on the components of the memorial. The entryways, they're in the cardinal directions. And there's a model right at the table as well of the memorial. The outer circle and the meandering path, there's one entry and one exit, such as a Navajo Hogan. Not to be biased, these are sacred places of prayer. There's like a Hogan. There's the Inipi, the Lakota have the sweat lodges, and many other nations have lodges. There's one entry and one exit. And there's, so there's intention every part of this design. And you come in on the path of life, on that meandering path. Initially, Harvey called it the Red Road. And he was gently reminded, this is not practiced by all tribes. So he switched it to the path of life so it could be inclusive. And the inner circle, once you get in there, it's called the path of harmony. So there's circles throughout this entire memorial. And there's a fire in the center of the vertical ring, which is a hole in the sky. And that these are the elements that have names. You know, it, I think, honors that liveliness of this memorial. And the water drum is at the base of this vertical ring. And this water drum is a heartbeat of the entire memorial. And if you look at it, they even design the ripples that come out, and they're ripple concentric, and those are circles. And when you're listening to the music, those ripples while you're listening to that drum is just, it's pretty powerful. So, you know, with this, the elements of nature, it included the air, the fire, the earth, and see, I'm nervous, and it's water. And I should know water because that's 2 of my 4 plants. And but this is truly a living space. And so I'd like to share what does NMAI or I do for veterans in this role. Again, I'm in this position. Tomorrow will be since May 20th. That's 6 months. You know, since I joined the team, I've conducted outreach and engagement. I still have so much more to do. And the educating about the National Native American Veterans Memorial. A little more than a month and a half ago, I was at the Pentagon and we just had a table information booth. And it was surprising how many people at the Pentagon, they had no idea that the National Native American Veterans Memorial even existed. And so I believe this is even, you know, inspires me how much more work I have to get done. And events and programming. We just recently had the Veterans Day event on November 11th, and it was amazing. It was a lot of work, and I want to acknowledge, and it just Alexander Taggart, you know, he definitely helped me move through this. And so there's curation that will happen. I'm a former curator as well, but I want to focus specifically on our military Native people. And there's, you know, the maintenance and logistics of the memorial. We, you know, once it's nice and pretty, we've got to continue to keep maintaining and get what needs to be done. You know, the little parts start getting plugged up. It needs to be cleaned properly. Certain sheens start wearing off. So these are the realities. And, you know, during the event, there was a conversation or a panel talk at the Veterans Day event, and it was healing our veterans. And I had a Navajo medicine man, and I also had a VA mental health therapist. And you know, this most likely will turn into a series, you know, in the nuance that was presented. It took a whole life of its own. And I feel that's how creator works. You know, there was a lot of conversation and resources that were offered, especially, you know, I think about our urban natives. You know, the Relocation Act brought a lot of indigenous people into the cities, and now there's a whole blend of indigenous representation in the cities. And not many have access to traditional healing. And so, and I believe, isn't the Strike Act? Don't quote me on that. But there's an act that has been passed that will start including a lot of Native healing for our veterans. And so this is where I'm at today, and I feel this is that email in July from Peter, and also working with Ashton, Mr. Stewart, and his service also as a veteran and with the Navy. And you know, I want to kind of come along the East Coast, and because this is a big country. You know, we also have Alaska, we have Hawaii, there's the Taino, and so there's many Indigenous veterans deserve the acknowledgement, and I invite you all, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Rachel. It's so nice to see and learn more about the memorial to acknowledge the service of Native American veterans in this country. It's long overdue. But what a beautiful addition to our nation's capital. When you're there, please go visit it. Next, Commander Cook, you in here? Commander Cook? You know, we're going to add him to the agenda. I think he might go a little bit later. He wants to share a little bit as well, which was really wonderful. But we're going to stay with the program right now. And I wanted to introduce our first keynote, Dr. Branch, who is a U.S. Navy veteran and Special Assistant for Community Engagement at the New York State Department of Veterans Services, and public and urban policy scholar who focuses on racial, socioeconomic, and political disparities. She uses her skills, knowledge, and abilities to raise the visibility of human rights challenges and uses her public policy training to mitigate the disparities and create policy solutions to close these gaps. As an equity advocate, Dr. Branch works to make the invisible visible by exposing and reframing harmful speech and language in social policy and other narratives. She does this by helping people think critically about how language assigns and transfers blame for inequity to those at the margins of society. She promotes social justice-minded education and restorative policies that advocate targeted economic, political, and social rights and opportunities. Dr. Branch cultivates strategies for individual and collective action for success. And we're pleased to welcome her today to deliver her keynote remarks.
Hakavani. Welcome. I'm Dr. Leslie Branch, and it is an honor to be in community with you today. I carry many intersecting identities, each a story and each its own legacy. And I speak to you today, not only as a U.S. Navy veteran or a scholar, but as someone rooted in the rich traditions of my ancestors. When I reflect on where I come from, I think of those whose lives intertwine through generations. And although I'm not an enrolled member, I am from the Shinnecock and Okeechobee nations. I'm from Blackfeet and Cherokee. And yes, from an escaped enslaved African who knew that freedom was worth risking everything. My lineage is one of both welcome and resistance. Those who greeted settlers on these shores with open hearts, and those who stood their ground as their land was taken. And so I say to you today, I am from stolen. I am from stolen land, from stolen people, and from stolen futures. And yet, here I stand, a testament to resilience and a reminder that nothing truly stolen can stay lost if we reclaim it. As you've heard, Native Americans have always answered the call to serve. In fact, Native American people serve in the United States military at higher rates per capita than any other ethnic group. From World War I, when Native Americans volunteered even before they were officially recognized as citizens, to the code talkers in World War II, whose languages saved countless lives, Native Americans have shown extraordinary loyalty to a nation that has not always been loyal to them. My Shinnecock grandfather enlisted in the United States Army in 1907 and served as a clerk. And so if you're doing the math, my granddad was born in 1884. But for many Native American service members, the transition home is often more difficult than the battles they fought overseas. They carry with them not just the physical wounds of war, but the invisible scars, trauma, anxiety, and depression, exacerbated by the long history of disconnection from their communities and cultural practices. Serving with pride, they return home to systems that too often fail them. The challenges Native American veterans face are indeed complex. These challenges run the gamut from PTSD to substance abuse, from homelessness to suicide. And these challenges are compounded by barriers to accessing care. Rural isolation means many Native American veterans live far from VA facilities. And those with access to services often encounter cultural insensitivity. The medical system, as it was said, wasn't built with Native American traditions in mind. Trauma is layered for Native American veterans. It isn't just the trauma of war, but instead the inherited of displacement, broken treaties, and cultural erasure. For these veterans, healing isn't just about therapy or medication. It is about reconnecting with identity, reconnecting with land, and reconnecting with tradition. The scarcity mindset in both policy and spirit only deepens these wounds. When society treats mental health care as a scarce resource, it creates a zero-sum game where healing becomes a privilege, not a right. And the idea that there isn't enough to go around forces people to compete for resources, whether it is healthcare, housing, or even mental health support. This kind of thinking breeds division, making us believe that for one person to heal, someone else has to be left behind. But as a policy scholar with an applied microeconomics foundation, I know that this dichotomy is a false choice. When we operate beneath our potential, beneath the production possibilities frontier, as we say in economics, it is wasteful. And when we operate beyond it, we take on unsustainable risks. The solution lies somewhere in between, in recognizing that abundance isn't about total utility or having more. Rather, it is about sharing wisely. Healing is not a zero-sum game. When we help one person heal, we create the possibility for many others to thrive. This is the economic principle of marginal utility. Even small changes, more compassionate care, more culturally informed services, or simply showing up for one another can have a ripple effect far greater than we imagine. Our ancestors knew that healing happens in community. Ceremonies like sweat lodges, talking circles, and healing dances weren't just rituals. They were ways of restoring balance and belonging. These practices recognize that mind, body, and spirit are interconnected. For Native American veterans, reconnecting with these traditions is essential. For humanity, learning, embracing, and practicing these traditions is life. And so to heal, we must reconcile the threads of America's narratives, its tale of heroism juxtaposed with its blistering reality. We must remember, we belong to the land. It does not belong to us. And when we care for the earth, we care for ourselves. This kind of reciprocity is central to Native American philosophy. And it can guide us as we build systems that honor both people and the planet. We need systems that honor our interconnectedness, where every person's healing contributes to the well-being of the whole. Healing is not something that happens alone. We thrive in community and we die in isolation. And so just as no warrior fights alone, no veteran should come home alone. And it is honorable and warming to know that in New York State, when Native American veterans come home, and indeed when every veteran comes home from their time in service, they are welcomed home with a personalized signed letter from our Commissioner, Viviana DeCohen, and our Executive Deputy Commissioner, Joel Evans. Sometimes, just sometimes, the most powerful form of healing is simply knowing that somebody cares. And in closing, to my fellow Native American veterans, your service matters. Your sacrifices matter. You matter. And you are not alone. The journey home is not just about coming back from war. It is about reclaiming what was stolen, our peace, our dignity, our connection to one another, and our connection to land. And to everyone here today, healing is not just for those who served. It is for all of us. When one person heals, we all heal. When we create spaces for Native American veterans to heal, we create a stronger, more compassionate community for everyone. I am from stolen. I am from warriors, but I'm also from peace. I am from trauma, but I stand here in triumph. We belong to the land, and we belong to each other. And in that belonging, there is healing. Together, we can reclaim what was stolen and build something even stronger. Tabukne. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Branch. Next, I'd like to introduce our other keynote, Cheryl Dupree, who is the brainchild behind today's program, and through her connections, yes. A remarkable individual with a remarkable story and a remarkable history. Cheryl Dupree is a member of the Sioux Nation. She retired from the U.S. Army after serving 33 years in various capacities, including personnel management, human resources, chaplain assistant, an 18-wheel truck driver, and international advisory with foreign countries. I know, amazing. She deployed highly effective processes and solutions for the Army while conducting inventories to meet and exceed all standards, interacting with domestic and foreign units to improve bottom line and conduct analysis to determine long and short-term managerial requirements, gathered and analyzed information for updates to regulations, policies, and procedures in advancing the current global war on terror for the Department of Defense and the Department of Reserve Affairs. After retiring from the Army, Cheryl has dedicated herself to supporting her fellow veterans of all backgrounds with acute advocacy for her Native American veteran brothers and sisters, including helping shape some policy and changes within the VA. And to have gone through so much trauma, she shared this remarkable presentation when I first met her at a New York State Department of Veterans Services program. And after she presented, I was like, wow, it's incredible to meet you. And your story is just so tragic. The things you shared really, they impacted me so much. And she said, this is just the story of my people. And she takes that experience and she helps others overcome their trauma. Hundreds of people. She doesn't care. If you have trauma, she'll talk to you and she'll make you feel better and address those things that are haunting you and get to a better place. So it is great honor and privilege to welcome Ms. Dupree, also known as Honey, to the stage. Cheryl, come on up here.
Hi, I'm 100% disabled combat veteran. But this foot has nothing to do with my combat. I want you to know that. I am so glad that you all made it. I have been working with Ashton for several months, and the twists and turns you would not believe me in experience and Ashton in his new experiences. Unbelievable. He's never worked with Native Americans at this level before. So this is just a small event, Ashton. Wait till we call you on a big one. I I'm from the Cheyenne River Sioux Nation, or the Sioux tribe. I was trying to make clear to Ashton that Cheyenne River Sioux tribe is not a tribe, it's an agency. But they don't teach you this in school. My tribe is Hokpapa and Minikoju. Those are my tribes. That's the tribe that I'm from. My mother is Minikoju. My father is Hokpapa. You've heard of Minikoju because you've heard of my ancestral leadership, who is Chief Spotted Owl. We were known as the most peaceful tribe in our nation until I came along. But my father's side is from the Standing Rock Agency, and my tribe on that side is Hokpapa, and my ancestral leadership is Sitting Bull, Chief Sitting Bull. Those are two names that you hear a lot of because Spotted Owl, they named him Bigfoot. So you rarely see his name as Spotted Owl. You'll always see Chief Bigfoot. He took his members, women, children, elderly, sick, to surrender when Wounded Knee was going on. And he walked in, or, they came in their wagon and killed them all. Trauma. I'm an expert. Experience. Trauma. Generational trauma. It happens in all of our races and nationalities, everywhere. Not just me, not just us, not just my tribe, but here in the United States, it's significant because this is where we're all from. My spiritual upbringing was between my grandmother on my father's side and my grandmother on my mother's side. So they developed me through the years growing up in spiritual learning. I came from a period where religion was outlawed and we practiced underground. And not many people know this underground religion, but we had to practice and protect the history of our religion. I call it a religion, but it's not really a religion. It's a way of life. It's a spiritual dedication. Our God, our Jesus, are our ancestors. And that's who protects me. If you look right now, you're going to see hundreds of spirits because I asked them all to come. And if you just ask your spirits to join you, they will come. But this room is already flooded with your spirits and mine. Find comfort in that. We all need comfort to overcome trauma. I'm so fortunate. I am so fortunate. My brother, when he committed suicide when I was 16 years old, I mourned him for like 40 years. He said, don't worry about it. He said, I've been taking care of you all this time. So I was wondering why everything I did was like male oriented. I jumped out of airplanes in the 82nd Airborne Division. I served with special operations in Iraq. Everything. I beat the guys at running, beat, all the girls in our physical tests. I was just like a little man, like a little man in a girl's body, but I just didn't know until he revealed all of that to me in 2015. That was a significant change because when I came back from Iraq, I was so full of PTSD. People ran from me. They literally ran. You ask these people that retired from the VA, they ran from me. It was like cockroaches. I'd walk in the building and they'd all scatter because they were afraid of me. I wanted relief. I really wanted relief. My head was burning. It was like those in the cartoons, they show those thermometers or the the man that gets angry and his red head explodes, that was me. I knew at any moment my head was going to explode. But I wanted to live. My brother wanted me to live. And so I sought help for myself. The first person that came to my aid to check to see how I was doing was Carl Munger. Hi, Carl. He came from Arizona. He was an airborne ranger who retired from the military because he had a medical retirement. He had an injury. But he came up with a gallant few who took care of the Rangers that came home with PTSD and depression. Hi, Rangers. Carl checked on me for several years, making sure that I was okay. Then I was introduced to Dr. Carrie out. She's watching. Hi, Dr. Carrie. Then she took care of me for 5 years. I went back for follow-up every year after the initial treatment. Then when I first came back after some of my treatments, I went to the Chinese therapist because I kept calling home and trying to get some kind of medicine and I couldn't. So I went to the next best thing. I went to the Chinese herbalist in on Bowery, 4 Bowery, if you want to go there. His name is Frank Lin. Saved my life, literally saved my life. When I walked in, he said, "How did you hear about me?" And I said, "This man brought me here about 10 years ago and said if I ever needed help to come here." And I described it. He said, "Oh, that guy." He said, "Good." He said, "What can I do for you?" I said, "I'm a soldier. I have PTSD." He looked at me. He said, "Don't worry. I'm going to take care of you." Now remember, these VA staff people were running for me. They said there was this big old ribbon on the computer said caution or, watch out for this girl or something. And so when he told me that, he gave me some prescription tea. Now this is Chinese tea that you just don't buy off the shelf like you do Lipton. This is prescription Chinese tea. 3 months, I was a different person. I walked into the hospital, people were shocked. Who is this? Where is she? Unbelievable, unbelievable of the team of people that I put together to save my life. I used to always say, I'm fighting for my life, but the VA won't let me die. They kept intervening. They tried to do everything they could. My doctor, my primary care that I had for 23 years, and she just retired a couple years ago. When I came home, she said, "You don't look right. I want you to go see the psychiatrist." And the psychiatrist wanted to put me on drugs and said, "Come back and check in 3 months." I had some very colorful words for him. I got up and walked out. They tried to put me in another group. I had colorful words for her, got up and walked out. And my primary care begged me to go see the psychiatrist on the floor, at the time at our hospital, there's one floor that had all the different clinics. Well, she said, "He's not with the PTSD clinic. He's just a psychiatrist that works on this floor." I said, "Okay." And he did what Native Americans would do. He sat and listened. That's all he did. And I told him everything. And I finally figured it out. I said, "I know what this is." I said, "I don't have my own people to talk to." So I put in a request through the VA and through the Indian Health Service for a PTSD clinic for Native American veterans. They approved it in 2 days. We ran the clinic. It was authorized in 2012 and it closed in 2017 because we lost the location where they were housing the clinic. So I went on a tour saving my life and ended up at a convention in California somewhere with the Indian Health Service. And I begged them to provide us with we call them at home, community health representative, but it's actually a health aide. And I was asking him to set up another clinic because our clinic was gone. I had nowhere to go. And that's kind of where Dr. Carey stepped in. Well, I begged and begged. We finally got another clinic. It's called New York Indian Council. And it's over in Queens, New York City Indian Council. So they run a clinic and it's not a full clinic, but at least it's here where I can go and I can talk to someone that understands my pain. Non-natives don't understand the generational PTSD or the generational trauma. They don't know the generational history of Native Americans. I'm a child of government. I was born in a government hospital, raised on a government school, joined the military, grew up in the military, 33 years in the military. I'm a child of the government. I need to speak to my own people. Growing up on a reservation is isolated. I was even more isolated because they didn't want us to associate with anybody that wasn't Native because the thought was that they were going to steal us and we would never come home. Generational trauma from the boarding schools where they came with a train, picked up Indians, told them that they were going to feed them, brought them, and they didn't feed them. They put them on a train and took all our children away to boarding schools. Generational trauma. My members of my tribe were horrified and they didn't want their children to go anywhere or do anything. So I was even more isolated. So I grew up in a place called Little Eagle, South Dakota, and a place called Dupree, South Dakota. Those are both my grandparents' home. Trauma, 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 nothing but trauma. I know trauma. So when I came back from Iraq, after Frank Lynn helped me get through all this head banging, it's this chi that goes through your body that controls the neurons and the hippopotamus. I don't know how do you say that word? Some brain waves that connect, they don't connect. But he fixed that. So I calmed down. I was able to calm down. It's not gone, but at least the physical pain calmed down. When Dr. Carey took me in for her first treatment, she's the one that took care of the rest of the physical symptoms that I was having. One was I used to have anxiety so bad that my heart would race, thinking I had a heart attack. I ended up in emergency room several times. If any of this sounds familiar with friends or our young soldiers that come along, please reach out to your nonprofit organizations that can help them if they're not within the VA system. It's devastating, but I'm going to live and I am going to be here for a long time. I help people say, well, how did she do that? Doctors were saying at the VA, look at her. She's been coming here 5 years. We've never seen her smile. They stand in a hallway and they say, look at her, look at her. Everybody was so happy. So I'm gonna tell you, my brother and I interact, his spirit. And I'm gonna tell you how he interacted this time, and I just learned this. It's about, do you know what, ceramics, like ceramics is? Everybody's done ceramics, right? Well, there's this plant, project, it's called Kinsu, and I believe it's Japanese. But he sent this message to me via a friend who is also very spiritual. And I'm trying to teach her how to communicate with her spirit. So it goes like this. It's a practice of fixing something like a broken mug. Now this is my brother, and he's sending this to me via a friend. So he's like talking to me. It's like something like a broken mug and putting it back together again and again, highlighting the cracks with gold, and be proud of those repairs. And those things that have broken me, I can heal. And put it all back together again. And be proud of those repairs. And that's the state I'm in. I'm in a state of being so proud. People come to me. They want to know my secret. They think I have some secret I can put it in a little bottle and give it to you. You got to believe in yourself. You got to believe in your spirits. They're going to help you. They're going to guide you. They're going to take you where you can heal. Heal. I want you all to say, thank you, Stephen. He loves that. And lately I've been telling him, you know, I don't have enough laughter in my life. It seems like I've been so overwhelmed with so many friends dying recently. And they asked me to come and talk to them. And I just lost a stepbrother, I think about a couple, 5-6 weeks ago in September, October, someplace around there. But his stepfather, his father and my mother lived together back in the day. So he was my stepbrother. But my stepbrother's name is Ray. He didn't like that name. He said, call me Sullivan. Okay, Ray. He grew up with that name. His grandma used to call him that. But so his father came to me and said, help my son. He needs your help. He's not making it. So I mentored him for almost 3 years. There's a lot that you need to learn on this side. Life experience, asking forgiveness, passing on love, giving compassion. So when you go to the other side, you leave this body and your spirit moves on. You like got a clean slate. You're good to go. But you got to practice those. And every day I try to practice. It doesn't always work for me, but I try. So I've been inundated. I've gone through 2 suicide attempts, planning, I should say. And the first one, I was in Afghanistan. I was getting ready to come home and I was looking for a place to go on vacation. And this winery popped up and this organization invited me to come out there. They paid 2 weeks vacation. I stayed out there, met veterans from World War II who made it. One from Korea, one from World War II. And the guy from World War II, oh my God, he was Italian and he did so well for himself and said, you can do it too. I tried. Every day I try. to remember words of encouragement like that. The guy from Korea, he said, I never deployed, but all my buddies did, and I learned from them. He says, you can do it. Do what? I didn't tell him I was going to commit suicide, but they just told me that I could be successful. I could do whatever I wanted. So the second time was when I broke my foot. I did surgery or therapy, because I said therapy. And I went in the hospital for 2 months. Came out totally depressed. Suicidal depression from day one. Day one, all I wanted to do was get out, go and end it all. So I went down south where I have some friends. And my girlfriend said, honey, I want you to come out and see this place. Meet these guys. They're really nice. You know most of them. She took me out to a special forces compound. These men lost their entire compound. They have team houses where they all gather and do their ceremonies and stuff. I went out there and met them. They embraced me. They did just like me. You know, I mean, like natives. They didn't ask me questions. They didn't question this. They didn't say, do this drug, do that drug. They just talked to me. And they often wonder what it means when I say they saved my life. But saving my life, especially in therapy, you need to be with people of the same background. So with them, they were airborne. I was airborne. We related to that. I had the same similar training. They had their training is much more, but I could relate to it, right? That's how we got along. And they saved me for a whole year. Every day they checked on me, every single day. Thank you, Charlie. Thank you, David. Thank you, Don. Those three main characters, they played a very important role in saving my life. I went home for ceremony. I said, I'm going to do ceremony, and that's it. But they kept calling me, kept checking on me. And then my brother told me, they're just like you. They live in a secret world. Top secret security clearances far beyond you understand. Where they go out sometimes alone and save the world. The jobs that you have today, the houses you own, the stores you can shop, the land you can have, because of our special operations. They go out there in the world. They work in teams and often sometimes alone. The greatest soldiers on earth. But when Peter Vicar asked me to help him set this thing up, he said, yes, I'll help. But you know, when I was in the hospital like April and May with pneumonia, and I died in ICU. Nobody knew this, but me, my doctors and nurses said, well, dying has no time. But I know what I did, and it felt like a minute. I got up and I watched everybody. I was laying down, but I sat up and I was watching everybody. That moment of peace is unbelievable. Just like my brother told me, my body was warm. Beautiful sensation, beautiful. The colors brightened up. So now I know what it's like to die. And I loved it, but not to end my life, because I know my experience is here. But I want to make sure that everybody that helped me through this process, I'm going to check my list, check it twice. I told you about, because all of these helped me. You know what? The other one was meditation. That really helped. So when you find young soldiers coming back with symptoms of PTSD, and symptoms are not the same. Symptoms are not the same. I was assessing myself when I came home and I couldn't figure out what was wrong with me. I couldn't. For me, it took my short-term memory. It took my ability to use numbers. I also had stuttering. I couldn't stutter. I couldn't put a name and a face together. I knew one face, but I didn't know the other, but they were the same person. My neurologist said, that's a symptom, PTSD. Everybody gets that one. So short-term memory with face recognition is significant. So when you see someone saying, they look at you like this, and you're like, yeah, did you see George? And he was just looking at me like this. He just got back from Iraq. What's wrong with him? Be kind, be compassionate, show love. He's probably experiencing symptoms of PTSD, but we all have to assess ourselves. I came here with PTSD and I didn't know that because in 95, I was working with soldiers. I was at Force Command Headquarters, 3rd Army in Atlanta, Georgia, where this command takes care of all of the Middle East area. My job at that headquarters was to take care of the soldiers down there with their awards. So they would call me and I'd say, you got to do this, you got to do that, change this, add this, bring this in. And we communicated almost at least every week. And there was something going on the TV that morning, and it was the bombing of the Merle Federal Building, I think in April 1995. And I was telling him. And he said, no, I don't have anybody there. But he went home. A couple of days later, he called me. He said, I got to go home. My family went to that building for an appointment. They're in Oklahoma City for an appointment for something. And then I never heard from him again. Then in November 1995, which is the most horrific, besides losing my friend in Iraq, I had hired my own boss. I said, there's a job opening. My supervisor is retiring. Come get this job. So he did. We became really good friends. And it was time for him to leave. So he said he wanted to go to Saudi Arabia or someplace where he can make combat pay. So I hooked him up, got him a job. And this is the thing about airborne communities. You know, they're all over the place. You call them up and you say, I need help. So I called my buddy. He got him a job. He was on one side, didn't get combat pay, so he wanted to move to Riyadh. So I called my buddy. He got him over there. He was there about 2 weeks, maybe longer than that, maybe 3 weeks. But for me, it's stuck in my head. Those little white trucks that they used to, the bad guys used to always drive. One drove, he was sitting here, the window was sitting here. That little truck pulled up and blew up. It took his ear, his left ear, his left eye, but he survived because Saudi Arabia hired all the best doctors in the world to save his allies, their allies. He came home, but he was married, and he told me all of his secrets about his plans. And he wanted to make money for his son. But then when I was on duty, they call it CQ, I know what you call it, charge of quarters. A phone call came in, this guy called, he said, Sergeant Dupree, I want you to call my wife and tell her I'm okay. I called, the phone didn't answer. He said, well, she's probably in the shower getting ready for work. And he said there was a bombing. Well, I was done with work, so I went home. When I came back, it was my boss, the mother. She said, help me, my son was in that bombing. But I'm afraid his wife is going to make the wrong decisions. The general of Force Command, the general of 3rd Army, He said, put Sergeant Dupree in charge of Sergeant Thigpen's mother so she could find out the routes to go. They saved him, brought him back to Walter Reed. And I always remember Black people call it ash. Their skin is ash. So he was constantly putting lotion on his arms and around his face and stuff. But when he got to Walter Reed, he still had blood all over his head. They didn't clean him up. So I said, Thigpen, you gotta pay attention. I cleaned him up. I washed down his legs, his arms, his head. I made everything because he was a very clean person. This would have just freaked him out if he knew he was looking like this. I cleaned him up. And at this point, the doctors were saying, well, you know, we have to make an assessment to unplug him or let him live like this. So I gave him massages every day. I kept massaging him. I said, you got to get these things to work. Move your fingers, open your eye, move your toes. I begged him every day, all day long. And I said, they're coming in at 3 o'clock. Get up. He did like this with his toes. I said, thank God, because the doctor said if you can move anything, we can keep treating him. He lifted up his left arm and he did like this. He opened his right eye and he kept looking at the TV. So I turned on the TV to CNN and I said, do you want to know what's going on? And he looked at me and he was blinking. So I told him about the bombing. That seemed to help him because his heart rate went up. He squeezed my hand. And I said, please move those fingers and toes when the doctors come in. I had to leave. The doctor came up. He said, he's good to go. We're going to take care of him. The mother and I had to leave because the wife was coming. Trauma. I moved here to New York City with trauma and I didn't know it. Then I get here. And then I deployed on 9/11. Trauma. And then they sent me to Afghanistan. And as I left the New York Army National Guard, this is what most people don't understand. I was in the National Guard deployed on 9/11, but I was in a process of transferring into a program called IRR, where they just keep your name and number. They call you. They say, do you want this job? And you say yes or no. I was transferring into that, but they retrained me, and then they sent me to Afghanistan. I got to Afghanistan. They said, we just fired someone in Iraq. We need someone to go to Baghdad. I said, okay. Like, I don't know these people, but I better agree. I said, okay. So I just spent the night there. So I went back, packed my bags again, got back on. And I hitchhiked because IRRs don't have a command to fly with, so we don't get these big carriers to transfer us. So I had to go to airport, stay in line, maybe wait 2 or 3 days before I get an aircraft out. I get into Baghdad and they said, go to sleep as long as you need to. When you get up, just come on in. My first night, firefight. All I could hear was this man saying, incoming, incoming. Now, you know, some of my experiences in the Army are really comical because I feel like MASH sometimes that, you know, what are they doing? You know, some things are serious, but they always find the fun in it. This man came in and said, incoming, incoming, get out, get out. I got up and everybody was gone except me. And then he said, no, there's one over there, get her up. I couldn't get her up. Finally, I just pulled her off her cot. And I said, follow me. And you could just hear the bombs, everything going off. You could hear the lights going off and on. We ran to a bunker. The man said, get in the bunker. I'm personnel. What the hell's a bunker? So we're running and there's a cement thing and there were just heads sticking out, arms sticking out. The thing was packed. that was a bunker. So the civilians and people that were there knew what it was. We didn't know what it was. After that, I want to thank the Korean people because they picked up on me and took care of me the whole time I was there. So thank you, Korea. Trauma. I'm full of trauma. Trauma my whole life. Trauma in my adult life. And trauma still going on today. I manage myself with meditation, yoga. Anytime I could be alone, I meditate. I talk to spirits. They protect me, and I'm grateful for them. But that's how I survive with all the trauma. Now I take care of my veteran friends that are facing trauma. Richard, you're going to make it. You're going to make it, Richard. I have friends that are giving up right now. They're ready to check out. And there's nothing I can do because they've decided that they're going to move on when they're ready. And they're almost ready. And it's a job I wouldn't give up. But it's something I want to share with you so that you understand how to look out for your fellow friends. Show kindness, love, passion. I know it's hard, but try. Try loving your neighbor one day that you couldn't stand. Forgive him. Forgive her. Forgiveness is on this side and on that side. Ask your spirit to forgive you and ask your spirit to forgive, and you forgive the spirit. That way, when everybody's forgiven, your spirit can work stronger for you. You can start asking them questions. And I'm going to tell you another thing, my mom. And when I moved here to New York, I asked her spirit to come with me, protect me. So my mom, my biological mom, and my brother, they take care of me here. Sometimes they can get real funny. But my mom, we decided to communicate with coins. If I get a tails up, it's money. If I get a heads up, everything is going to be okay. Today, I had this box about this big that I got out of my car. It was full of coins. Guess what happened to those coins? Just as I was getting ready to leave, it fell over. It fell over with hundreds of coins in there. There must be at least $100 worth of coins in there. But that's my mother and my brother telling me everything is going to be okay. So I honor all our allies from the past. Everybody. We're all in this together. But we can learn to live with it and manage it. Ashton's standing over here. I think he's telling me to get out of here.
Cheryl Dupree, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. We are helping up here in a minute. We're bringing it up now. Again, we've got some options. We've got vegetarian, we have vegan, we have tuna. Cheryl wants tuna. I'm going to grab her a tuna box, and then we got some deli meats too, and some bottles of water. The boxes are labeled. We are going to break for about 35 minutes, and when we come back, we're going to have an honoring ceremony for some of our special guests here today. So please stick around. We're also going to bring you back with Old Sound, a drum group from the Shinnecock Nation. We got Commander Cook. We got a lot more in store for you after lunch. So please stick around. Thank you so very much. And we're going to do a lightning round while everybody gets settled, just so everybody around the room can share a little bit about their programs, so you can interact with them while you're dining. The services are listed on the agenda. Thank you again.
for almost 3 decades. In most cases, the promotion of a comprehensive military training plan does not include a pragmatic mental health prevention initiative, nor has it adopted an integrative process to encourage mental health stability activities that aim to promote an alternative positive engagements plan to deter substance use disorders. For myself, Al George, and the color guard, which represents each branch of the major services, we have myself and Al George from the U.S. Army 82nd Airborne. We have Charles Jameson representing the U.S. Marine Corps. We have Barry Quinta representing the U.S. Navy, and Ronald Clark representing the U.S. Air Force. Native Indigenous people have experienced the difficult times of residential schooling, forced assimilation, and moving into family dwellings has created some challenges to our togetherness and connection. Has slightly diminished, but our communities still offer resiliency and hope. Today, I'm going to do something a little different. We're going to do an interactive portion of my remarks. I had talked to Ashton and drum team, and they were going to play an honor song along with the thing, but we need something to honor with. So at this time, I invite all our veterans, family members, the VA service community leaders, visitors, and people that to the floor to create a circle of a physical togetherness as we prepare to offer traditional healing through our ceremony. So make your way up, and I'll have a couple of people handing out a little pouch of tobacco. Everybody please get a little pouch of tobacco, and you're gonna get a pouch of a wampum belt. You're gonna get a little piece of wampum belt. So please see Bella, the advocate on the airplane post, and Mary Printup, who's got the tobacco pouches. You're gonna walk around, get them, and then as you get your tobacco pouch and your wampum belt, please make your way over where the color guard team is at, and we're gonna do a dance to the honor song as we honor all of the veteran and family members who are struggling with some of the challenges that we have when we talk about mental health. Please make your way and get your tobacco pouch and your wampum belt. But before we kick off this veteran honoring, I want to send out a message of togetherness and hope for our veterans who are struggling with post-war mental health challenges, which has grown to dire tendencies of hopelessness and resulting in losing a large number of our veterans each day. Veterans Affairs have formulated an acronym called SAVE to assist in remembering the important steps involving suicide prevention. The S, we have to learn to identify and recognize the signs that someone's at risk. The A is to ask the most important question of all. Are you thinking about killing yourself? The B is validate the community members, learn how to listen. We have to learn how to listen. And the E is encourage treatment and expedite resource assistance from all of these Veterans Affairs organizations. They're available to talk to anyone struggling at any time. And I'm sure there's veteran resource personnel available to assist with any additional information that you may need. Suicide is preventable. As we think about being connected, it resembles a circle, like the medicine wheel. Everybody knows the medicine wheel that has the 4 quadrants with the white, black, red, and yellow quadrants. And I encourage people that we gather to dance together and dance to show strength, dance to show healing, and dance for victory and honor all of our veterans. So the way it works is, I did this, this past summer when we had a suicide prevention and PTSD ceremony of our recent powwow that we hold every year on the third week of July in Western New York in the city of Salamanca. So if you're interested in attending that, it's a really outstanding veteran powwow, the most amazing experience. But I had to enjoy it being a commander of it. All right, so what we do is we offer smudging with sage. And then you pass through, we won't do it here, but we'll set up all the sprinkler systems. But when you're being smudged, it's always important. Put your hands in the smoke, and put it over your head like that. For healing and protection. The Haudenosaunee people offer the drink of strawberry. It's a shape like a heart. And it's the first fresh fruit to be harvested by the Haudenosaunee people. And it represents the rebirth of hope. Good source of vitamin C, vitamin K, vitamin B6, and folate, a natural blood thinner. We do that every year. And the strawberries come up. We think of it because it's the shape of a heart, and it helps us maintain our healthy well-being. The next item is the tobacco pouch that you all have. We want you to hold that as you dance today in recognition for everybody that is struggling. It's in turquoise and purple that represents suicide prevention and people that are struggling with mental health disorders or them. And you can give it to them, you can pass it on to other people. Okay? The wampum, the little wampum bell that everybody has in their pouch. People thought in the days back some years ago, they thought wampum was money. Wampum's not money. Everybody thought it was like something physical, like a coin, like a dollar, like $1,000. It's not. It's something physically important and emotional importance. And so I like to call Ashton up here, and I'm going to show you how we do this. This one here represents suicide prevention. It's a piece of wampum bell. So the explanation, as you look at it, the white and black beads represent the wampum and its inherent qualities that all life is important and is sacred. The wampum provides the guidance and strength to endure challenging times. So with this wampum, what I'd like you to do in the future, you can hang it on to yourself if you need the strength to be connected, what we've been talking about all day today, or if you see somebody that's struggling, you can hand it off. And this is how you do it. You put it in your left hand. Remember that. Always put it in your left hand. And you turn to your burden. Your left hand. Grab your left hand. And you tell them, I'm giving this to you for personal training. What that does comes from your heart, translates down to your hand. You put it in his hand, you close it, and now it goes from him to his heart. And that's the sincere meaning. We do that. It's nothing physical. We didn't give him no money, no order, nothing. But now he has it. Now he has that strength to overcome those things because I care about it. I care about it. Like everybody, I care about everybody else. All right. So without due cause, we're going to get started. Al George. All right. So without due cause, Al George is going to lead us out for the dance, and everybody is falling behind. And close down. Up there's the heartbeat. We're going to honor everybody that is traveling during time. You can use a togi on togi. Hope everybody felt the energy. And the strength. That is together to bring to this event and beyond. I want to thank Hope Sound for that awesome song, honor song. Everybody, please give them a round of applause. Great job. So in closing, I want to thank Daryl Priest and Ashton for this honored invitation to speak here today. I want to thank everyone in attendance for showing your support for this important community concern and ask everyone to remain connected. From here on out, stay connected, stay connected. Yahweh, thank you.
Thank you so much, Commander Cook. That was tremendous. What a surprise. What a welcome surprise. And Old Sound, you really, really rock it, man. You really rock it. Thank you so much. We are going to move into our honoring ceremony led by Cheryl Dupree. Who's going to come up here and speak a little bit more about that. First honoree would be Rachel Pablo. Yes, representing the Smithsonian Museum of the American Indian. Cheryl would like to present you with something, please, if you wouldn't mind coming on up here. Thank you, Malama Ola from Hawaii, all the way here for this event to also honor our veterans today. So come on up here. Oh, Rachel, we got more.
I'm presenting this gift to the Smithsonian. And what I want you to take a look at is, do you know what this means? Kind of, sort of. Okay. So this, you can look at it. If you can see it, it's the Land O'Lakes butter, the cover. And why is this significant for the Smithsonian? Because when we were tearing things down in the United States, tearing down statues and changing names and all this stuff, the food products were doing the same thing. But most of you probably don't know that was created by a Native American. His father was Navy and his grandfather was Navy. Not the grandfather, but yeah, the grandfather. But both of them, I'm going to get this wrong. It was created originally by his father. And then another person upgraded it or redesigned it, but they were all Native American. When this happened, I heard the interview that the son was giving about taking down the Native American that used to be on here. He was devastated. That's trauma. Taking away your past, taking away your culture. This is why I want you to understand my culture, because every tribe is not the same, but we all have our own traditions and our own way of practicing faith. So on behalf of all the veterans of the United States, our allies, I want to thank the allies of the past, like when the foreigners first came here, all the Native Americans that never got celebrated. These honors are going to be from them to the one accepting the honor, okay? And so this one is the Land O'Lakes butter cover. And I hope 20 years from now, you'll come and bring your great grandchildren and say, this is the history behind this.
Next honoree we have is Benjamin Pomerantz. Deputy Counsel for New York State Veterans Services. Benjamin, would you mind coming up here for a moment? He's thinking, what on earth am I being called up for? Am I in trouble?
I'm honoring Benjamin Pomerantz because Benjamin came and found me. I had my little clinic for Native American veterans with PTSD, and he appeared in my office one day, or my space, I should say. I didn't have an office, but my space. And we became friends and colleagues in teaching. He is teaching me everything that I should be aware of in the state of New York and nationally. He has been a great educator, just immensely. I mean, I wouldn't be able to help as many people as I do without the information that he passes on to me. So this is a great honor for all the veterans. And he's contributed to all our Native American veterans. He got a new Shinnecock. He just added Shinnecock to his list of veterans that he's going to be representing. Yeah. So Benjamin, I want to thank you, and just please accept our gift for honoring. This is, and when you see this red blanket, what I want you to understand is my brother picked that out. My brother said, I asked him what he was doing on the other side, and he loved horses when he was here. And he said, I'm raising horses. And he said, I have a whole bunch of horses, and maybe some other validations. So he's the one that picked this blanket. So I'm using this blanket for him to thank everybody that we're honoring, okay? Trey. Right. I want you to take a look at this man. And this is the highest honor in our neighborhood here. I was suffering with PTSD, losing any kind of funding that I had for my Chinese herbal tea. And Benjamin introduced me to a forum where I was telling people about my PTSD. And I didn't know where I was going to get the money because the VA wasn't going to give it to me. But it was like $160 a month. Dre came up and handed me a card. He said, I'll take care of your herbal medicine. And that's what he did. And I want you to know that there's just other people that are willing to help you, but he actually stood up and helped me. And I want to thank him for extending my life and protecting my life by providing me that Chinese tea. So he's so important to my survival. And the blanket that is genetically is, they all are donated blankets. So this blanket is from Brian Isom.
Hi, everyone. I'm Brian O'Neill. My visa.
And Brian, I found Brian and Isa at the VA, and they were suffering benefits. So I helped Isa get straight on what they're entitled to. But Brian came, he was a firefighter, went to Iraq. No. Participated in 9/11 for you. He did recovery at 9/11, and then went to Iraq. And he was a firefighter, came home with PTSD like the rest of us, and he was able to get himself back straight. He went to college, and he's getting a degree, artificial intelligence. So watch out. Thank you, Brian, for all your service. And 3, he did his time in Iraq, and I wanted Brian to present his blanket. Can we say something about engagement? I just want you to say a couple things about your service.
Hello, everyone. This was unexpected. Thank you very much. My name is Trey. I served in the Marines. I fought in Iraq and Afghanistan. We run a small nonprofit now called Veterans Rebuilding Life, which is where we met many years ago. If anybody needs help, please continue.
I think you're it seems like last month. For saving lives. He serves many, many veterans and saving lives for all of them. The next one is Vince McGowan. Vince McGowan, are you here? I'm going to tell you about Vince. Vince was in charge of the New York City parade, and he took over back in like 95, 96 when it wasn't going very well. And he built that thing up to what it was before his partner, his friend died. And it's never been the same. But what Vince did, he was a Marine, and he hired all the cultures. He didn't hire us, he asked us to volunteer. And I met him in November of 97. And he had women veterans, Jewish, Native American, Caribbean, African American. He was the most diverse leader that ever worked that I saw here in New York City. And I loved him to death. I love his son. His son is really handsome. You should see him. But Vince has done a lot for diversity and for the cultures, and he let everybody participate in the parade decisions. He didn't do it himself. He let everybody make the decisions. So I honor Vince, but he's not here. I'll get the blanket to him, but thank you, Vincent. And yes. Kathleen Tarrant. Kathleen Tarrant is in the Indian Council. Kathleen is a director, and basically she is the product of my advocating, because I advocated to the VA, through the Indian Health, through tribal health, that we needed a clinic down here. And Indian Health, the VA Indian Health, the VA Health, I don't know what they're called, VA Hospital, and then the Indian Health. Through those grants and organizations, they were able to bring that clinic into Long Island City. And her boss is someone that I had met a long time ago when he first came down, and he's been a tremendous help in my health. I use, because I'm Native American and a combat veteran, I'm able to access different health avenues. And so I often go to them not only for health benefits, but for the tribal relation, how it relates to us. I mean, give you an example. Like I keep telling the VA, you can't heal me because you're not used to serving Native Americans. So I went home, I was having problems with, they're trying to put me on medication. This last time they put me on some kind of antibiotic. Well, here they were putting me on antibiotics. It didn't work because it was not used to my DNA and my health. So I went home, the doctors there, boom, they gave me an antibiotic and everything cleared up like in 1 week. But she gave a medication that they don't use here to me, knowing that this is how they treat and it works for the Native Americans of that tribe. So she is, I want to say, a product of my advocating, but she has been the only one that has been doing an excellent, superior job connecting and communicating with Native Americans. She knows how to approach them. She knows the subject talk. She invites everybody for everything. So I really want to thank her for helping the veterans, which is me and a couple others, but we'll get them in there, right? But she helps our entire Native American community. And I want to thank you, Kathleen.
Hello, or those it's Kathleen Vanden Johnson from North Dakota. And I was raised by a mother who grew up on a reservation, but I grew up in New Jersey. And one of the things that she had taught me is how to be an Hanat's woman. And so no matter where I go, I have those teachings that community is important and caring for one another should be something that everybody does, no matter what race we are. But I am very thankful for everybody that's come out to this event. Veterans are something that we see as warriors in our culture, and thank you for serving our country.
Okay, now Ashton, I told you how Ashton came into my life. So Ashton, this one's going to be for you. I told you about Ashton, and I'm going to tell you again, you cannot believe the work he did working with me and trying to coordinate traditions, culture, honoring the respect that Native Americans require amongst themselves and with others. And we live a certain way so that we can get along with other tribes. And these values are extremely important and to be respected. And he did an excellent job. So Ashton, I want to thank you for everything that you've done for us. And we appreciate it. And because he's cheese of the month, I want to present, feathers are very sacred amongst the Sioux Nation and other cultures. But the feathers from all flying creatures bring messages, good and bad. They alert you, they warn you. You're familiar with birds, right? Storms coming, they all take off and you say, well, where's the birds? Well, look up, the storm is coming. Birds bring messages. And Ashton brought a message of success, can do, will do, and did it. He could say, been there, done that. So I want to give him a special gift so that you can hang on your wall, because we don't hang feathers for public. The real feathers, you have to keep in a safe place. But this is a replica of a eagle feather, and it has the eagle here and the deer here. And you might want to get a close-up of this, but this is magnificent. So I want people to walk in and say, where did you get that? What is that? And he's going to say, I served the Native American veterans of the, what is it? What do we call it? Tribal relations region, that's what it's called. So we all worked together and got the job done, but we could not have done it without him. Trust me, it would not have been done. It would have been gone back, I think, back in May or June, something like that. But look at this. Ashton, I want to thank you for serving the Native American veterans and our allies. And I want to present this to you on behalf of all the Native American veterans. Okay, so I just want to end this by telling you that, you know, it wasn't me, but somebody picked the name Allies and Warriors because I said, I want to honor all our relatives from way past. Ever since the foreigners came to this land, Native Americans have done what they could to protect them, feed them, clothe them, and shelter them. And so I honor all our veterans of the past. So if you say a prayer tonight, you'd say you want to thank them for protecting you and bringing you through history and surviving. Yesterday, there was a veteran lady that she wanted a ride, but she lived in Shinnecock. I had a 2-hour conversation with her, and she told me so much about the history. And I'm always wondering, why doesn't Shinnecock celebrate its own? What are your artifacts? What is your history? I don't see it. About before pandemic, I went to, I used to go down to Fort Hamilton for their Native American month, and they used to call me and ask me for advice on speakers. I worked 2 years finding someone to give me information about the local Native Americans. And they came up with Lenape was the most popular, but they never really mentioned Shinnecock. But my niece is married to a Shinnecock, and he's got a huge family there. And he gave me some information way, I think it was like in the 1600s. He said they were good to the whalers, and then they taught them how to whale, and that they took advantage of that, just like they did the buffalo. You know, once they took advantage of all our buffalo, then they were done with us. So her name is Winona, and she wanted to come, but I couldn't pick her up. So one of the blankets is going to be for her. It's shared spirits, but I just want you to see the blanket that she's going to be getting. She's 85 years old, a WAC in the U.S. Army. And this gift is going to Winona, although I haven't met her, she was extremely informative. And I just bless the information that she kept for the history of the people of Shinnecock. The more that I learn about Shinnecock, the more respect I have for that history of what they've done. They were amongst the first allies that helped foreigners survive. This is the blanket. It's called Shared Spirits. So I picked this one out for her particularly because she is a shared spirit. She's sharing the spirit of all the nations that helped all the foreigners survive. I'm gonna get a picture of my camera. The last one is for Commander Cook. Now, Commander Cook, you're from the 82nd Airborne? Do I hear a hooah? Hooah! That's a girl version. Okay, I met two ladies, beautiful ladies, at the first year of the Native American Veterans honoring in Washington, D.C. And I'm telling you, my nation, the Sioux Nation, we're always first in stuff. You know, we're the first that helped create the National Congress of American Indians. I was the first recipient of the Miss Sioux Nation crown in the state of the tri-state of South Dakota, Wyoming, Montana, North Dakota, Nebraska. My chairman at the time believed in my vocal abilities. He wanted me to represent Cheyenne River, and he was always picking me to represent them. I was the youngest participant in the National Congress of American Indians when they were crowning queens for the Congress. I was still in high school. I didn't have a college degree, and I competed against all the women. There was like 6 or 7 women that all had college degrees. They all had this and that. They were on their way. I didn't win, but they picked me as Miss Congeniality, and that's what I came home with for the Cheyenne River Sioux tribe. I'm so proud of the things that he pushed me to get to. But in the military, I told you my brother's always pushing me towards the male-oriented things I did in life. And he pushed me to be a paratrooper. Well, that organization is huge. And I honored the second to the last charter member of that association at the Kim Lau American Legion Post here. The guy, I think his name was Yin Lee, Mr. Lee. He gave me so much information about his charter experience when he first landed in Normandy, not during the invasion, he kept saying, but after, he said. And then the information that I got from him was absolutely fabulous. I just wish I was a historian and able to do that earlier for him. But I got it out. I got the 82nd Airborne, the color guard to come up and serve honors to him. I was at the Native American Museum. They had a parade. It was started by 3 tribes of my nation. It was like Rosebud, Cheyenne River, and Ogallala. So we were out there. The first nation, the 3 tribes of our nation were in that parade. And at that parade, I met 2 beautiful women, and both of them were from Seneca. I didn't know that. I didn't really know Seneca, but then I contacted her and I said, I need a color guard. And she said, oh, you need to talk to my husband. I said, what? And then she said, I'll give you his number, call him. And he said, I'll take care of you. Just like a paratrooper, they're always saving lives. He said, I'll take care of you. I'll do what I can to get all this down to you. So his blanket is. What's the name of the blanket? Oh, the Chief Joseph one. Chief Joseph. So he's the chief. But you know, he donated 2 of the blankets. There's some people that didn't show up, so.
We are proud to introduce Commissioner Viviana DeCohen. And for all of our veterans who are here today, please be ready in a moment to stop by and get a lei. And we are going to present, or Commissioner DeCohen is going to present you with a proclamation. But before we get to that, we want to introduce her properly. And Cheryl's going to stay up here with me. Commissioner Viviana DeCohen was appointed in December 2021 when she became the Commissioner of the New York State Department of Veterans Services. A veteran of the U.S. Marine Corps, Viviana previously served as a Commissioner of Mount Vernon Veterans Service Agency and Associate Pastor of Mount Vernon Heights Congregational Church. She has dedicated her time and talent to assisting veterans, ensuring food, shelter, clothing, education, employment, and a little motivation, earning her the affectionate title of Mama V. Her military service allowed her to earn a bachelor's in behavioral science and a master's in health service management, both from Mercy College, where she received her start, formally working with veterans and developing programs to enhance their academic and overall wellness. She is currently pursuing her doctorate in educational learning and gerontology at Concordia University, Chicago. And can I just say that Viviana is such a caring veteran advocate, and it's such an honor and a privilege to know her and see her and feel her compassion and be motivated by her. So please come on up here, Viviana.
Good afternoon, everyone, and a great afternoon it has been. We have a letter of commendation for Cheryl Dupree, whom I met via email in 2019 when I took over as the Director of Military and Veteran Affairs at Concordia College. She was one of the first connections that I had as a woman at the helm at Concordia. And the wisdom that you shared with me has never been forgotten. You thought you forgot me, but I never forgot you. And then later we connected by telephone a few years later. And then when I came aboard DVS, she was one of the first contacts again. And so Cheryl, I'm so honored to know you, but also to meet you and to tell you in person in front of witnesses that I truly stand atop your shoulders. And that I'm so honored because when you look at me, you see Cheryl Dupree and all of the amazing veterans that have gone before me. But Cheryl, so honored to read this letter of commendation to you. It says, Dear Cheryl, as Commissioner of the New York State Department of Veterans Services, the first girl with eyeglasses in the helm, it's my honor and privilege to present you with this letter of commendation from our department in gratitude for your steadfast service. The United States Army, you served with honor, distinction, and pride. Entering military service, you chose to pursue the challenges of training as a paratrooper. And even though people in jump school tried to tell you that you were too old, you persevered and succeeded. That and more. Beyond that, in some of the most perilous missions imaginable, in both Afghanistan and Iraq, you fulfilled your oath of protecting and defending 100 times over, going into the most difficult of situations and distinguishing yourself amid the rigors of combat. After an Army career that spanned more than 3 decades of service. Come on, everybody. Continue to serve your fellow veterans. Why? Because for the veteran, service never ends. God, country, family, and community. You became a courageous advocate for veterans with PTSD, we call it PTS now, a leader of suicide prevention efforts, and a vital voice for your fellow Native American veterans, ensuring that their story, that their voice, not the quantitative, but that their qualitative, phenomenological experience, and that their voice were properly told, that their service was properly honored, and their needs were properly met. You became the first Native American veteran appointed to New York State's Veterans Service Commission. Right? You played a crucial role in ensuring that the United States Department of Veteran Affairs improved the cultural competence, now called cultural humility, of their health care for their Native American veterans. These endeavors and many, many more have changed lives and continue to save lives and will continue to live on and save lives. Today, on the occasion of this extraordinary program that you've inspired to honor and serve Native American veterans, it is my honor, it is my pleasure to present this letter of commendation to you. Should be coming with a car, a boat, and a house. It is a mere expression not only of our gratitude, but the gratitude possessed by all service members, the veterans, the family, military families whose lives you have transformed. It is innumerable in innumerable ways. It has been indelible and ineffable. We cannot repay this. So on this day and every day, we thank you, Cheryl Dupree, for your amazing ongoing service.
Let me say something about these cultures. I met her and for the first time in person, and our culture was the same. So, you know, everywhere in the world, we're all one people. And she came up to me and I was loving her jacket she had on that day. And she said, I'm so-and-so. And I'm like, where did I hear that name before? And she gave me a little gift. And the first thing we started talking about is, where are you from? She's Caribbean. And my friend that escorts me all the time, she's from Caribbean, Haiti. But her culture is similar. We practice our traditions together. We share our traditions together. But the first thing that I noticed about our conversation was all about how we relate. Our relation to life and spirit is the same, similar to mine. So I love her to death. I just had so much fun talking with her. And I think she's going to do great things for the Native American veterans. Thank you.
You got to keep it right. So where are these from?
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to honor all veterans in the house. If you would please stop by the lay table, get your lay, and then come on up here. We have Veterans Day proclamations and Vietnam Veterans Day proclamations. Please let us know what era you served. And Commissioner Cohen is going to present you with the proclamation. Thank you for your service.
And actually, I don't remember how to see it.
Yeah. Right. I didn't.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are wrapping it up here momentarily. I just want to say a couple of closing remarks before we turn it back over to Old Sound and retire the colors and call this a day. Let me remind you, between 3 o'clock and 5 o'clock, you have a chance to explore the museum. I know everybody's been here all day. It's been a long day. We appreciate it. I would be remiss not to thank Alexander and your team at the Smithsonian, Abby, Errol, Dave, Sandra, Alex, and Lisa for helping us coordinate this. It's been fantastic. Wendy McClinton, Herbert Sweat, Martin, thank you so much. Martin Ron Gold, you've been amazing supporters today. BVSJ, Commander Cook, and American Legion, Eric Walkwoods, 1587. Alan George, thank you. Patricia and Kathleen Terran, Sampway and Old Sound, Peter Becaire. We are going to turn it over to Old Sound. Oh, okay, everybody's here? Yeah. We got one more song from Old Sound to take us out. Two more songs. And then the color guard is going to retire the colors after Old Sound performs one last time. But thank you so much. There's so many people that I could go on to thank, but I want to thank you most of all for coming to be part of this, to help us honor Native American veterans today, those who are with us and those who are not. Cheryl, you are amazing. Thank you for putting this together and for all you do. Right. All right, Old Sound, kick it off, man. Let's go. Let's do this. And we could all please stand when Old Sound's performing. Thank you.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the closing of this event today, it is required that we retire the flags in the proper manner. And I will be singing the song, every nation has their own words. And the people of the Great Hills, commonly referred to as the Seneca Nation, I used my father's language to compose a song about 5 years ago. And there's words in the song in the people of the Great Hills language. It says, we honor you at this time on this day. Wagwego, Onodio Shono, all of you veterans, that is inclusive of all the veterans that have sacrificed and made the ultimate sacrifice for us, all the veterans that have served in the armed forces and are retired, and all the veterans actively serving today to protect us. That Onodio Shono, Wagwego, it's all of the veterans. And the last part of the song it says, they cannot Nadanyo, the with layers and layers of thankfulness, we acknowledge and honor you today. So, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, before I do my flag song, I'm asking that all the veterans please rise and come up here and stand in front and face the camera, because this song was made for all veterans, all veterans. Come on up and face the camera. So with this song, I honor each and every one of you and all that are out there today. As we come to the conclusion of this event today, it is customary, our custom back home, is that in the beginning when it started, I thank the Creator for all those things that He's done for us. And it's customary that when we come to the closing of an event back home, a young man or a person will stand up and re-thank the Creator for all those things that He's provided that keep us safe and healthy as we walk this earth. And at the very end of that preach, that Thanksgiving address, He'll ask the four messengers that work for the Creator to watch over each and every one of us wherever we have to go to get there safely. And we ask the Creator to watch over each and every one of us as we close our eyes tonight and we wake up in the morning and be thankful for those things that He provided. And it goes like this. Scano, Consequono, Dion Kianya Donges, on wait decide with Donges. Decide what nigga, so with General Don. Scano, sit to judge the case, God, no was it, and someone don't eat. On the DS way, going to decide what is going on. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
This is what also business response. Suppliers, but the elements that you success for people who can put it there are services about these. You're the first company that says, for example, the government of Colombia reduced the participation of the city where through the study level, president of the would be shaking, further shaking as long flights. So it's not like that. It's more of a way on them. Compensation, business compensation, totally important, which is holding it open for the hours. Reduction costs are now. So when it comes to forced administration, the maximum number of people really roughly somewhere what seems to be added for the maximum president was for a plan of the very fall. Well, President Trump talking to himself is this exactly what he was saying. He is doing no kind of women versus policies that set their own people partners and that's it. The importation operation was history. No, it's not to say. The public restrictions we're not talking about there. You're talking about 1,000 cities, possibly all the states. You should expect the rest of the that's well into America. This is not my own. Trump says he's going to declare national emergency in order to tie other law enforcement businesses on other federal law enforcement businesses. Not what they're doing and the purpose of national enforcement. He said he's going to declare the national guard and military of us, the Navy, then he's going to probably do it. Also, for example, he's saying, Maryland is there's some into Maryland, so that is fine. So the point of this lawsuit then is to find out